Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for tonight's live stream. Tonight, we are doing messages from your future self. I'm going to be asking the cards what your future self needs to start doing, what your future self needs to stop doing, and what blessings are on the way. So, I'm going to do a general reading first, so that way everyone that clicks on this video will get a message, and then I will open up for live readings. And those of you who are members of my channel, you can get this reading for free. If you'd like to become a member of my channel and get free readings all month long, as well as access to all of my predictions for 12 signs and all of my exclusive content, then I highly recommend checking it out. My membership is super affordable and you get so much value. So I'll leave the link for that down below and in the top pinned comment. If you don't want to become a member of my channel, but you do still want to get a reading with me live, I do also offer other readings, and I have a full price list in the description box for you to check out. You can donate for the reading that you would like. I accept PayPal and Cash App. I do not accept Super Chats, and we will get your reading done here right on the stream. Okay? If you're watching in the recording, welcome. If you still want to get a reading with me, I do also offer private readings, and I will leave the link for that in my description also. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's jump into the reading. Let's get these messages from Spirit, and let's see what your future self wants you to know. So, most important messages, please. What does your future self want you to know? If you are watching this live, please give this video a thumbs up. It really helps my channel. All right, so first things first, the message from your future self, what you need to start doing is the Tower. Wow. So it's time to start breaking down old structures in your life. There are a lot of things in your life that are just not working. And that's a sign. If something isn't working or something's not working out, it's because it's not meant to be. And the reality is, and the truth is that if something is meant to be in your life, it will be there. You don't have to force or push or make something work. When something's meant for you, when it's destined for you, it works. It's there. It's not hard. It's not difficult. It doesn't stress you out. When something's meant to be in your life, you just know it. You just feel it. You're not lacking any confidence. And there's some things in your life that really it's time to go. They've been there for too long. They're not serving any meaningful purpose for you. And it's time to let it go. So I feel like what the universe is saying is it's time for you to start letting go what doesn't need to be in your life. It's time for you to start allowing things to fall away, not clenching onto something, not holding on to something, not, putting all of these expectations and pressure on things, on people, on situations that are not even for you, that aren't even meant for you. There's a need to release more control. You are trying to control situations way too much, and thinking that things need to go this particular way. But that is simply not how life works. Life doesn't go the way that we want it to go. It's very easy. Hey, Shauna. It's very easy to dream up this fantasy life that you want to have, this perfect ideal life. And can some of your dreams come true? Absolutely. But it requires you to put the work in. And but not every dream that you have is meant to come true. Some dreams are just dreams. And some things are better as a fantasy than they are in reality. There are some things that you're thinking about that you think you want that person, you think you want to move to this place, you think you need to get this job, or you need to get this amount of money, or you need to have this body, and then everything in your life is just going to be popping. And it's like, no, you're living life right now. You're living life right now. Like, this is your life. And if you just accept your life, just accept your circumstances, accept your reality, your life will be so much better. Your life will be filled with so much joy, so much more positivity. You will see all the blessings that you already have. You might be wanting something right now that doesn't want you, and failing to realize the people, the places that are there for you, that do want you, that do love you, that do care about you, because you're thinking about this thing off in the future. So I feel like it's time to start letting things go, start letting go of control, letting go of expectations, unrealistic expectations. And I feel like just doing this alone will drastically change your life. And all it takes is a shift in your perspective. You don't have to do anything crazy, you don't have to do anything wild. Just changing your mindset to being in the present moment, appreciating this present moment, appreciating your life for what it is, understanding how blessed you are right now. 98% of your problems will go away. So that's pretty big. And I also have the Six of Cups at the bottom of the deck, which shows that it shows two things. One, and maybe there's different groups here, but there's a person that has set up this life based upon the past, based upon your past experiences. You know, you maybe were told in the past, like, oh, yeah, like you should do this with your life, or, this is what's good. And so you've like built your whole life on this idea of what you've been told. And now that reality doesn't exist anymore. That life is not possible. Or maybe you did achieve what you wanted to achieve, but you've realized that it's not really what you want, or it's not really bringing you the joy and happiness that you thought. For others of you, you're trying to escape the past. There are things that happened to you in your past, things that happened to you in your childhood, in your younger years, that you haven't dealt with. You have just kind of swept it under the rug, and you've just tried to build this whole other life, and maybe this whole other persona, this whole other personality. But there's like this inner child inside of you, or like this broken part inside of you that like hasn't been addressed. And so you maybe something happened to you, and then you just were like, okay, whatever, it's fine. You didn't grieve it properly, you didn't heal from it properly, you just kept living. And that's why nothing that you do works out. When you try to get ahead in life, you try to change your life, it never works, because it's like you haven't fixed step one. And that's why every time you try to move forward, you get pushed back, 10 steps. It's the universe's way of saying, hey, you need to deal with the foundation here. You need to deal with, you need to deal with yourself. I'm not going to elevate you until you deal with yourself, until you get real with yourself, until you address this thing that you're running away from. You maybe are putting on a mask and putting on a persona, but you're not really getting to the root cause of your pain and your suffering and your unhappiness, and you're chasing material things thinking that it's going to make you happy, or you're chasing exterior validation, you're chasing an exterior relationship, and it never comes, or when it comes you're not happy, you're still stressed, you're still worried. So I'm really getting like, it's like you have to start being real. You have to start building an authentic life. You have to start being authentically you. You have to start expressing yourself authentically. And let some things fall away. Like, some things need to go. Let's see what you need to stop doing. Hey, Camille. Hey, Red Thread. Of course. We have the Four of Cups. So what you need to stop doing is feeling sad for yourself, or feeling like a victim, or feeling like nothing ever works out for me. Nothing ever goes the way I want it to. Again, it's like you are the cause for a lot of your own suffering in your life. And when you're really on this spiritual journey and you're really on this spiritual path, you understand that. You understand how your own emotions and the lens by which you see the world really can hold you back. And that no one has made you the way that you are. Every experience that you've been through, no matter how difficult it was, you have the ability to see it from a higher perspective, and to not let it change you, and to not let it make you cold, and to not let it bring up fear and insecurities in you. You can do that. No one made you the way you are. No one broke you. That experience happened to you, but it's not who you are. It's not your identity. And you're likely still identifying with something that you don't need to be identifying with anymore. It's not relevant anymore. It doesn't, you holding on to it is not doing you any favors. It's holding you back, and it's putting you in this lower energy field, in this lower vibration. And there are opportunities for you. You could be living a better life right now, but it's like you're still hanging on to what didn't happen, or what didn't manifest, or what didn't work out. You're still angry about something. You're still resenting something, resenting someone. And it's just like, it's like toxic for you. It's poisonous for you. So that's what I'm getting. It's like, no matter how like healed you think you are, or how like good you think you're appearing to be, if you don't let go of these emotions on a deep level, on a deep spiritual level, you're never going to get what you want. Because what you want, the life you want to live, the person that you want to be, the relationship you want to have, it's on a different wavelength. It's on a different energy level than where you're at. And the only thing you have to do is stop identifying with the energy and the emotions that you're identifying with right now, and identify with a higher vibrational energy. And it's not about, oh, just being positive and being happy and, oh my God, everything's fine. No, it's not a toxic positivity. I'm just going to smile and everything's going to be great. No, it's about being this authentic version of yourself. It's about being this person that being the person you want to be on the inside before you're going to see the external manifestation of that person. You have to actually truly be that person first. You can fake it on the outside, but you can't fake it on the inside. Like, God knows where your heart is. God knows, what you're aligned with. If you're aligned with Him, if you're aligned with His vision for your life, if you're aligned on the path that He's asked you to walk on, like, He knows. So it's like you're not going to be able to just like fake it. And it has nothing to do with your outer achievements. Like, oh, yeah, I have this degree, I have this job, I have this amount of money. Like, none of that matters on a spiritual level, like zero. It's about the energy that you're sitting in and the energy that you're giving off. And if there's something that you want and you're not getting, it's just because you're in the wrong energy. Period. You're just not in the right energy. And the only way to get there is on the inside. There's no outer path steps to take. It's all the inner journey. And you getting in alignment with spirit, and you having that relationship with spirit, and you being on your divine path and feeling confident that you're on the right path. When you are on the right path, everything just falls in line. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to stress about anything. Everything just happens. And you don't worry. You don't worry. You're confident because you're like, I know that I'm doing exactly what I need to be doing right now. Everything is well. And you're good. And it's from that place that you get everything. It's from that place of not being worried about anything that you get everything. Because things are magnetized to you. They come to you. You don't have to like look and chase and where is it? And I have to work for it. And oh my God, I have to stress. I have to do this. Writing lists, like, no. It's all about the inner game. And there's something on the inside of you that you're avoiding, that you're like, oh, I just don't want to deal with that. I don't want to bring that up again. I don't want to go down that path. I'm just, I just want to be over. I just want to move on. And it's like you avoiding that exact thing and not healing from that exact thing and not working through that exact thing that you're avoiding is why you are where you are. And it's your choice. Like, people can sit in the same energy their whole life and never get what's promised to them because they never address it. The universe is not going to force you to do it. You have to choose to do this. It's a choice you make on your own. It's a commitment you make to yourself to be the best version of yourself, to be the highest vibrational energy that you can be for yourself, for no one else, for yourself. You have to have the desire to want to be on the right path. No one can make you want it. No one can force you to do it. But whatever it is you're holding on to, whatever it is you're trying to control, whatever it is you're trying to suppress, whatever it is you're not wanting to be vulnerable about, whatever it is you're not allowing the universe in on, is the exact thing holding you back. So it's up to you. It's like it's really up to you. But what you can't do, what you absolutely cannot do, is you cannot blame anything or anyone anymore. You cannot blame anyone. You cannot say, "Oh, well, it's because this was my situation," or, "Oh, yeah, well, I've been through that and da 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 da." It's like, so So, like, what are you doing right now? Like, where are you right now? Like, you have to just take accountability. If you are, sad or depressed or anxious or you're afraid, you have these insecurities, whatever it is, like, you've just got to own it now. Like, this is impacting me right now. This is affecting me right now, and it's no one else's fault. And it sucks that it happened, but I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to rise above this. I'm going to use this as a stepping stone to get to my next level. It's all in the mindset. It's all in the way that you frame it. But being like poo poo, negative, oh, it's this person's fault. They did this to me. You know, I didn't want this. It just happened. These are all words of death. These are all thoughts of death that prevent you from being where you want to be in the future. Okay. So you have to understand, like, the door is there and the key is sitting right next to the door, but you've got to get up and put the key in the door and walk through the door. And you cannot blame anyone. You cannot blame anyone for you not walking through the door. It's no one else's fault that you don't get up and get the key and walk the door. No one's fault. So it's time to leave the victim mentality behind. It's time to leave the woe is me, this situation, this person hurt me, this person did that to me, I had this experience, I didn't have this. It's done. It is done. So finally, what blessings are on the way that you don't see? We have the Ten of Swords. Wow. So the blessing, and I have the Page of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Wow. Okay. So there's going to be an ending in your life. There's going to be a major ending in your life. And at first, it's going to seem terrible, difficult, sad. Why did this happen to me? But you're going to realize in hindsight that this was the best thing that ever happened to you, that this was the turning point, that this event is what got you to get up off that floor, get that key and open it, because before that you weren't doing it. And I always say this, and it is so true. In life, you can either jump or you can be pushed. And I'm feeling for some of you, you're not jumping. You're not jumping. And therefore, you're going to get pushed and it's going to feel bad in the moment. But then you're going to realize, wow, I'm so glad that happened, because I wasn't going to do it. I would have just still been where I was at. I would have been stuck in that same thought loop I was in. I would have still been in that little negative poo-poo party I was throwing for myself. I would have still been there. I would have still been, stuck on that guy. I would have still been, crying about this old thing that happened. I would have still been in my same old hometown if this thing didn't happen. Because this Ten of Swords is leading to the Page of Wands. It's leading to a brand new beginning where you get to choose your own adventure. But there certainly is something that needs to end before you can get there. And you can either let it go by choice or it will be taken away from you. So as you're listening to this video, what you need to let go of. What you're doing that it's sabotaging you. It's not good. The toxic thoughts you keep thinking. The toxic behaviors you keep doing. The addictions you keep going back to. The people that you keep leaning on, you keep depending on, that you've been trying to get away from for a long time. You know what you're doing. And it's time to let it go, move on, come into the now, and get on this new journey, or you're going to be pushed. You're going to be pushed. And it's going to be harder. It's going to be more painful. But again, in the end, you will understand that it's the best thing that could have ever happened to you. Okay. So I'm also going to pull an oracle card just to close this out, and then I will open up for live readings. So most important message to close this reading out. We have talk less, feel more. Talk less, feel more. And what's really interesting about this card is it's a last quarter moon in Pisces card, which we actually have a last quarter moon in Pisces coming up this month, I believe, on June 18th. So we're going to actually experience this energy very soon. But that's the thing about true healing. That's the thing about true spirituality, is it's not something that you do and everyone knows about and everyone sees it. It's an inner journey. It requires you to get quiet. It requires you to listen, not to your own voice and not to the voices of everyone else, not to the voices of people on social media and the news. It requires you to get quiet enough to hear your own intuition and to hear the voice of the universe. And for some of you, all you need right now, you don't need to go to therapy. You don't need this pill or this drug. You don't need a drink. You don't need any of that. All you need is to get some quality time with yourself alone and open your heart and open that space up to be filled with your own energy. You need to get the other energies that are around you away from you. And you need to make space for your voice to be in your head, your higher self's voice to be in your head, the voice of God to be in your head. Like, that's all you need right now. That will bring you the peace that you're looking for. That will bring you the clarity that you're looking for. It's not anything outside of you. It's no person outside of you. It's no guy. It's nothing. It's not a place. It's you. It's inside of you. And that's how you're going to be able to align with the highest version of yourself. To get to that future version of yourself, it's by going within. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to pick up more hours at work. You don't need to work out harder. You don't need to get plastic surgery. You don't need to do anything in the outer world to become the best version of yourself, the highest version of yourself. You just need to build a better relationship with yourself. Build a better relationship with God, with the universe. That's it. That's all. It's very, very simple. So if you're having a difficult time getting alone, or if when you are alone, you feel like you need to fill every single second with something, you need to keep yourself busy, you need to keep yourself stimulated, that's what you have to turn off. That need for constant stimulation, that need for constant validation, to always be near people, like, that's what you got to let go. The answers are inside of you. The pathway is within, not without. Alrighty? All right, I think that's all that wanted to come through. I hope that was helpful. I hope, even if that was just for one person, I hope it gets to that person. If it did help you, please give this video a thumbs up. And again, if you are watching this in the recorded version, thank you for watching. And if you'd like a reading with me, links are in the description box. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's open for live readings. All right, so Camille, you are up. You're welcome. All right, let's see what messages come through for you. Most important messages for Camille, please. What does Camille's future self want to tell her? What messages does Camille need to hear right now? Okay, so what you need to stop doing at this time is the Seven of Wands. Okay, you need to stop letting other people's wants, needs, desires, and concerns concern you. You have to be more selfish, okay? People are always going to have problems. Always. There's never going to be this time where like everything is just good. You cannot help people who refuse to help themselves. You cannot help people who have given up on themselves. You cannot make people into the person that you want them to be. And so I feel like you really have to start pushing people away, and not in like a, F you, get away from me type of way, but more in a, this is my boundary. Like, I see you, you see me, but this is my boundary. And like being okay with that, like being good with that and not feeling bad or feeling guilty or like, oh my God, like, what about this? What about that? It's like, no. You have to stop letting people hold you back. You have much more potential than you know. You have much more potential than you like give yourself credit for. Like you kind of hold yourself in a lower level, or you surround yourself with people who are like way underneath you. Like you don't need these people. You have enough strength to stand on your own, to walk on your own. And when you become the person that you want to be, there will be higher quality people that fill those voids or fill those holes. But there might be a period of time where you do kind of have to walk solo. But that walk solo is going to allow you to rid yourself of the past, all of that energy you've been holding on to. You need to purge, you need to heal, you need to get rid of a lot of old stuff. And that's going to make space for new people, new experiences, better things. But the people you're around, I kind of feel like there's like no one. There's like no one around you that's like bringing you any genuine value. There's no one around you that, not that they don't see your worth, but they can't match you. They'll never be on your level. Never. They'll never get there. And the craziest thing about it is you have farther to go. And people do know that about you. They see your potential, and you might be too humble to like, I want to say it nicely, but like I feel like you're just too humble. I'll just say that. You're like too humble, and other people are like, "Oh, well, I guess like she's just going to stay. Hi Sarah. Yes. Um I guess that she's just going to like stay on this level." It's kind of surprising to people that you haven't like done more or like gone farther, because they feel like you are that type of person. You are that type of person that can't have more. But for some reason you keep like slumming it with them. Um I'm like thinking about the show Outer Banks, and like I think it's in the very first episode of the show. There's like this rich girl from the rich side of town, but she hangs out with like the poor kids, like the bad kids. And they're like, we don't even know why she hangs out with us. Like, why does she hang out with us? We don't know, but she keeps showing up. It's kind of like that. It's like, okay, this person fully has the capability and opportunity to be somewhere better than this, yet for some reason they choose to be here. Like, why? But they benefit from it. They benefit from you not knowing your worth. So, because it raises them up and it makes them feel better, makes them feel more important. So, you really have to understand like where you're at and the opportunities that are available to you. And know that things may not be working out for you because you're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place, you're in the wrong vibe, you're in the wrong energy. Your environment is not adding to you, it's taking away. Okay? So what you need to start doing High Priestess, just like I was saying in the general, like you need to get by yourself. And again, it's not like, F you, everyone get away from me. It's like, no, you need to get by yourself so you can detox off everyone else's energy. It's kind of like taking a shower in a dirty shower. Like there's only so clean you're going to get. Like you need to either go to another shower or you need to clean that shower, right? That's the only way you're going to get clean. It's like there's only so far you're going to get where you are, because the environment is just bad. It's just bad. It just is what it is. It's not for you. There's no good soil there. There's nothing that is, there's no nutrients. So you can't grow without any nutrients. So you need to get by yourself to detox, to cleanse, to heal. And then once you do that, you have to start becoming, right? You got to replant the seeds and tend to those seeds. And, then they start sprouting and then they start growing. And then if they become bigger and more beautiful, and then it starts fruiting, right? And that in itself is a process. But it's like you're at the stage of the journey where you've got to rip out the roots. You haven't even started yet. There's a lot of things you need to rip out. And so, the faster you rip these old roots out and get rid of that soil with no nutrients in it and get some new soil and plant what you want to plant in your life and give it the time it needs to grow. The faster you start that process, the better for you. It's like this can go as fast or as slow as you want it to. So just know that you are the driver. You are the driver in this. So it's like whenever you're ready to do this thing with God, with the universe, they're ready. But you have to start the process. And you already know what you need to do. You just have to do it. And yes, it might be hard, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. And as I said, that 4242 was on the clock. So that might be an angel number you want to read. So, yes, you're in control. All right. What blessings are on the way? I literally have the 10 of Cups that came out. Like, literally, the card of blessings came out. As soon as you start walking your own path, your authentic path, your real path, your true path, everything starts coming. And it's going to be like, oh my God, like, why are so many good things happening to me right now? And it's because you're just trusting more. You're trusting the universe more. You're walking in step with the universe. You're on your divine path. You're being who you were meant to be. And that's when life gets easy. When you are who you're meant to be, and 4343 was on the clock now. When you are who you're meant to be, when you're being the person that you were sent here to be, not just being the person that the world told you to be, that school told you to be, that your parents told you to be, when you actually are who you were meant to be, life is so easy. Like, people are like, oh, life on easy mode. Like, no, but like really though, life on easy mode. Your life can be so much easier than it is right now. It doesn't have to be this hard. But you have to be the person that you were sent here to be. So as soon as you start following your divine path, as soon as you start becoming the person that you're meant to be, all of a sudden, oh wow, everything's showing up. Oh wow, everything's just so easy. Oh my God, I'm being given things. Oh my God, people are recognizing me. I'm getting the attention that I want. Like, what has happened? Nothing has happened except you have just changed your perspective. That's all that has to happen. It's just a change in perspective. It's just a different way of living. It's a different way of seeing life and moving through life. That's it. And I have the 10 of Swords at the bottom of the deck, which was the same card that came out for the general, which is like something that's leaving your life, something that falls away. It might feel painful at first, But then you'll be like, wow, I'm so glad that happened. I'm so glad that person left. I'm so glad I got fired. I'm so glad this person went away. I'm just so happy, like, because that was what really woke me up. That changed everything. And everyone's story, it's always the bad thing that gets people to change, right? It always takes some drastic event in people's life to change. So you might experience that to some extent, but again, you will know when it happens to you. You will be able to recognize the event. You'll be like, okay, wow, this is hard, or that sucks, or I didn't see that coming, but I know exactly what this, I know who exactly is doing this to me. And you will not fear it. And you will go, okay, now I'm listening. Okay, now I'm following. And you're just going to follow that path. And that's going to lead you to everything you've ever wanted, right? It's like I'm seeing you're walking through the desert, and then all of a sudden an oasis pops up. It's like, where the hell was this the whole time? Like, what? It really does work like that. It really, life really, really can be that good. But it's not, it doesn't come from, oh, when is this going to happen to me? What's coming to me? What's coming for me? No. When are you going to go get it? When are you going to get up, get the key, and open the door? That's when it's going to happen for you. You're in the driver's seat. You are in the driver's seat. So you have to drive that puppy and not just feel like, oh, it's just everything's just taking so long and everything's just blah and nothing comes. And it's like, keys right there, doors right there. But you've got to open it. And then once that's the hard part, right? It's just taking that step. Once the door is open, you just follow the path. That's it. You just follow the path. And it leads you to exactly everything you need to go through and you need to experience. And as you hit all of those steps, you get bits and pieces of the blessing one step at a time. And then it's like all of a sudden, like, wow. So you got to walk the path. It's time to walk that path. Okay. Let me pull you an oracle card to close this out. Take inspired action. Yes. You got to do something, right? Like, you have to do something. You have to make the change. You have to put yourself in that new environment. You have to create the space for yourself. You have to build that relationship with yourself. Like, you have to do it. It's not about, like, the spiritual path is not about just like waiting for things to happen. I'm just waiting for this person to walk and magically come into my life and then my life's going to change. No. Your life is going to change. You're going to change. And then that person's going to come. And then the right job's going to come. Then the right opportunities come. Then the right place comes. Because you change. You energetically, spiritually change to a whole new frequency, and your old life can't hold on anymore. It falls away because you can't even be that person. You can't even be in that same city anymore. You can't even be around those people. You're so energetically on a different level. You can't even speak to these people. That's how it happens, because you've changed energetically, and then you get to where you need to be, and then you arrive and you're like, oh my God, this is exactly what I've been dreaming about. This is exactly what I was looking for. And it just quote unquote fell in my lap, but it didn't really fall in your lap. You changed. So it's not about like, oh, I got to work more. I got to like get more stuff. Like, no. All you have to do is change energetically, and then you'll get everything you want. You might not even have to pay for it. It might just come. Things come. They come through people, right? You have Jupiter in your seventh house. People just start giving you stuff. People just start taking you places. Oh, hey, you want to come with me here? Oh, wow. All of a sudden, I'm in this place I always dreamed about going, and I didn't even have to pay a dime for it. Because you're just energetically on that level. This is possible for you. This is possible for you. You have to believe it's possible for you, and you have to live as if the life you envision for yourself is already happening. It's already here. It's already happening. And then it's going to happen. Okay? All right. I hope that was helpful. Good luck to you. You are very welcome. My pleasure. All right. Next up, we have Sarah. So Sarah, let me know when you are here. Hi, Leo. Yes, absolutely. Aw. All right, let's see what spirit wants you to know right now, what your future self wants you to know right now. Most important messages for Leo, please. What does Leo's future self want to tell her? What does Leo's future self want to tell her? What does Leo need to start doing? What does Leo need to stop doing? What blessings are on the way? Okay, so just as I was about to pull a card flew out. So, what your future self wants you to start doing is the Queen of Cups. So, taking better care of yourself, and not necessarily in a physical way, though that might be a part of it, but more emotionally. And at the bottom of the deck, I have the Three of Cups. So, having more joy in the present moment, having more fun with people that you love, sharing what's going on inside of you, being more vulnerable with the people who are around you. What I'm getting is there are a lot of people around you who want you to win, a lot of people who want you to be happy, a lot of people that feel like you kind of like delay your happiness or put happiness off. Like you'll say, okay, when this happens, then I'll be happy. Or, until this is fixed, I can't, relax. This needs to be done first. Whereas there's like no need to put that level of like stress on yourself. Like it's not necessary because you probably are not any happier even when you do accomplish what you want. Like it really doesn't maybe bring the level of happiness that you thought it was. And then maybe that leads you to look for more when you can just choose to be happy every day, right? It's just a choice, you can just choose and that's okay. You're more than able to be happy. And I feel like there's people around you that feel like you deserve it, like you've been through enough. Um, yeah, like they're kind of like, why doesn't she just relax and just live her life? Um, so I feel like there are supportive people around you, or there are people who just want you to, yeah, they just want you to be happy, even if there are things that like you need to do, right? You have responsibilities, you have, um, you know, things you need to do to keep living a good life, like everybody does, right? Everyone has stuff they need to do. But you also have to remember that life is short. Like life is short. And you don't want to get to a point in your life where the road is a little bit more fixed and look back and have regrets. Like, oh, you know, I didn't realize how good I had it then. I didn't realize, how blessed I was then. I didn't realize, how many things I was taking for granted then. And then wanting that time at a time in your life where you can't get it back anymore. Like, you can be happy now. Even if life doesn't look the way you want it to, you can still be happy. Like, you don't need to worry, you don't need to stress, and actually, like, this is a form of self-care for you. Like, just allowing yourself to feel joy for no reason, to just be happy for absolutely no reason. This is your self-care, allowing yourself to be silly and allowing yourself to be goofy and, not checking everything off the list, like, this is okay. This is actually good for your soul. What your future self wants you to stop doing. Okay, again, a card just fell out before I could pull one, and we have the Two of Swords. Okay, your future self wants you to stop, like, agonizing over things. Like, should I do this? Should I do that? Should it be this way? Should it be that way? Like, what about this? What about that? Like, things are not as big of a deal as they may seem most of the time. Like, sometimes you are splitting hairs, and it's like, it's not that deep, it's not that serious, it's not going to change, like, the big picture. It's not going to change the big outcome. So again, it's like, rather than stressing, you can just be like, what the heck? We'll just go with this and we'll see what happens. And you'll probably find most of the time that it's probably fine, like, whatever happens, whatever you choose, whatever route you go down, it's probably gonna be fine. Like, it's probably gonna be okay. Things are not as big of a deal as it seems. And it just puts unnecessary stress and takes away from your current level of happiness. So, yeah, just understand that the decisions you have to make on a daily basis in your daily life seem big, but they're not. They're really not. And there's just no need to put unnecessary stress or pressure on yourself. There's just literally no need for it. I'm also getting to that at the same breath, there's also things that you procrastinate on, and those things are likely flip-flop. Like, the decisions that you should take a lot of time to think about, you make those decisions quickly, but the things that don't matter, you take a long time to make those decisions. So there's certain things that you don't want to procrastinate on because, again, I'm kind of getting this thing of, like, time is running out. Not that time is running out, but, like, there's only going to be a window of time where some of the things that you want to do are available. And you don't want to get to the next phase of your life, and then finally you have the confidence, or then finally you relax, or finally you're giving yourself more grace. And you're like, God, if I would have just done this 10 years ago, I would have been in such a better place, you know? It's kind of like how when we're teenagers, like, we think we're, like, fat, we think we're ugly, and then you get to be older and you're like, "God, I was so skinny then, I was so beautiful, like, why was I so worried about how I looked?" You know, it's kind of the same thing, it's like, life is good, you're blessed, you have so much to be happy about, like, just be happy now, just live and relax and be with the people that you love and make good memories and cook good food and just enjoy life because you won't be able to do that forever. Yeah. And I have the sun at the bottom of the deck. It's like everything's fine. You know, everything is fine. Okay, so blessings that are on the way that you don't see coming. The star card. Okay. The future is bright. Your future is bright. There are a lot of good things coming your way. And I have the 6 of cups at the bottom of the deck. So this is related to home and family and your emotional well-being. So there could be blessings in regards to these topics, but I feel like you don't know or you can't see right now, like, how good life is going to get for you. And it might not feel that way, but it is. And really, like, your blessing is that you don't have to worry about anything. Like, you really, there's nothing that you like have to worry about, you know? You might put things on your shoulder, you might wear burdens unnecessarily. Like, you might, um, it might feel like, oh, life should be harder, or I should be taking on, you know, XYZ. But I feel like this is self-imposed, like, you don't have to do it. Um, yeah, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything that doesn't bring you joy or doesn't bring you happiness. Um, there's a way around it, or there's ways to, like, mitigate it, or ways to share the burden with others, or there's ways to, like, make it easier if there is something that you feel you need to do. But there certainly is room in your life for happiness. There is room for your in your life for you. It's just about reframing it, you know, reframing it and seeing it from a different perspective, and or reorganizing your priorities and making more time for things that bring you joy. And it doesn't have to be a huge major, like, overhaul that you have to do in your life. It can be very, very, very simple. It's just a matter of kind of zooming out and looking at the bigger picture and remembering that you're here for a reason and for a purpose. And there are things in this lifetime that you want to do. And so make sure that you make time for those things. Make sure that you prioritize those things and you check off the items on your bucket list. Because if you don't, you will have massive, massive regrets. And the sad part of it is you're gonna realize that you were the one that held yourself back. You were the one that didn't make the effort, or you were the one that didn't make those magic moments. And that's gonna weigh on you like a ton of bricks. So be happy now, live life now, prioritize your happiness and your self care. Reframe things from, oh, I have to do this, to I get to do this. Or, you know what? Yeah, this is kind of challenging, but I know it's going to pay off. Or, you know, I am, I have plans for when this is done. Or like, give yourself things to be excited about, give yourself things to look forward to, include yourself into the equation of your life. Because I see that if you don't, you will regret it. You'll regret not going on that trip. You'll regret not doing that thing. You'll regret not saying that thing to that person at that time. And you'll be very sad about it. So do it for the future you. Do things that future you will look back on and will laugh about, will cry about, and will be so happy that the younger you got to experience. So start living life, start making yourself happy. Let's see what message wants to come through. We have know you are loved. Yes, yes. And bottom of the deck is relax. Yes. Like, the people around you want you to be happy. They want you to be happy. They want you to live your life. They want you to have joy. They don't want to see you stress. They don't want to see you struggle. They don't want you to feel like you are like losing out or sacrificing, or, you know, they don't want you to feel that way because it makes them feel bad. But it also feels like there's nothing they can do either. Like, they feel helpless as well. So yeah, there could be like feelings both ways, but just know that the people that you are around, in whatever capacity you're around them, that they do love you and they do appreciate you, and they feel like you deserve everything, you deserve the world, and they want to see you like owning that, even if it's just, you know, taking better care of yourself, even if it's just getting your hair done, even if it's just putting on a nice outfit that makes you feel good, even if it's just doing your little hobby. They would just love to see you loving life more and loving you more, because even though they love you, and maybe they tell you that they love you, they don't really feel like it hits, because at the end of the day, the person that's going to love us the best is us. You can tell someone, "Oh, you're beautiful, you're amazing, I love you so much," till you're blue in the face, but until that person believes it, until they think they're lovable and think they're worthy and, you know, feel like, you know, "Yes, I'm justified to feel this way," it means nothing. You can only feel love as deep as you love yourself, and yeah, like, I think there's just people around you that wish you would just, like, love yourself more and just, like, take better care of yourself and not feel like you have to, like, sacrifice. So, yeah. So, the final message is just relax. just relax. Like, everything is going to be okay. Everything's going to get done. Everything's going to be fine. And you've just got to make life good now, as opposed to thinking or tricking yourself into thinking, well, it will be easier then. Like, it will be better then. I'll do those things then. It's like, no, start doing those things now. Because before you know it, it'll be like, oh my God, what happened? I was supposed to do this. I was supposed to do that. And then you never did it. Alrighty. So I hope that was helpful. I hope that gave you lots of clarity, and good luck to you. You're welcome. Thank you, Leo. I appreciate your generosity. Hello, love. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Awesome. Glad that you enjoyed the live stream. All right, so we're going to be doing messages from your future self. So this reading is for Sarah. What does Sarah's future self want her to know? What does her future self want her to start doing? What does her future self want her to stop doing? And what blessings are on the way? All right, so the card for what your future self wants you to start doing is the moon. Okay, the moon. So, really feeling your emotions, like really feeling your emotions in your body, and not just like compartmentalizing them or rationalizing them or like thinking about your feelings, but actually feeling the feelings in your body. Whether that's good, whether that's bad, especially the bad ones as well, and not shying away from the range, the spectrum of emotions. I have the Page of Wands at the bottom of the deck, and this is a new beginning and a new chapter that's coming for you, but it feels like mm, you want to enjoy the journey, like sometimes we think the destination is what we want, but really the journey is the adventure. That's the fun part. And it's like a roller coaster. It has ups and it has downs. And if you don't experience all of the ups and the downs, then you're kind of missing 50% of the experience. And it feels sweeter and better to get to the destination after you've been through those ups and downs. So let yourself go through all of the journey, all of the ups, all of the downs, all of the good, all of the bad. That's what makes you a more complete person. It makes you a more interesting person. It makes you a more relatable person. And that is like, that's the fun part, right? Like, that is the fun part. Like, you might be thinking, oh, well, the fun part will be when I get there, because when I get there, that's when everything's going to be good. But it's like, no. Even when you get to where it is you want to go, you're still going to have the ups and the downs, Um, the the destination is neutral, it's neutral. And if you don't go through all the ups and downs and you get to the destination, it's going to be like, oh, this is it. This is what I was waiting for. And it's like, it's just not going to feel the expectations won't match the reality. The fantasy is always better than reality. And reality is going through ups and downs. That is reality. And even when you get to where you want to go, even when you have what you want to have, there's still going to be ups and downs. So don't romanticize the destination, because it will then leave you disappointed. Okay. What your future self wants you to stop doing. Knight of Wands. Oh, wow. It came out with 2 cards and the 4 of Pentacles. Wow. Okay. And bottom of the deck, I have 9 of Cups. Okay. So lots of messages for this one. First things first is the Knight of Wands. Your future self wants you to stop seeking and searching and looking for someone. Knight of Wands is the lover card. It's the player card. It's the non-committal type of card, someone that's hot and cold, comes in when they want to, brings the energy they want to, leaves when they want to. This is saying this is all that is available to you right now. And it is bringing you no value. It's bringing you no value. You're really not getting anything from these experiences, from these people. You are selling yourself short. And you have to stop selling yourself short. You have to start putting yourself on a higher pedestal, understanding that you are worth more, you have more value, you deserve more, and acting like it. And that these people are a distraction. It's not that they are this malefic distraction. No, it's saying that you're using them almost as a distraction or an escape from your real emotions. So this is something that you have to stop doing, is having this idea that life would be easier or better with someone else in it, because it won't. It won't. It will be harder. If you can't feel your own feelings, how can you deal with someone else's feelings and all of the things that they are going through and experiencing? You can't, right? You can't. And so that leads to intellectual connections, right? You just have intellectual connections because that's where your feelings are. You think about your feelings. So all you have are intellectual connections. You have people who are at a distance because you're at a distance from your body. Your soul is distant from your body. Your head is distant from your body. And so that's what you attract. you attract other people who are mirroring that to you. They're mirroring the distance. You kind of may like, you know, kind of dip your toe into your feelings and then you dip out. Oh, I don't like how this feels. I'm out. And so that's what you get in love. This person comes in, they try you out, and they're like, okay, I'm out. Because there's no feelings in the heart. That's where love comes from the heart chakra, the heart space. That's what keeps somebody there. They feel your heart and they're like, wow, that feels good. That's why someone stays. That's why they stay there. But you can only make someone feel in their heart when you feel in your heart, when you live in your heart space. Everyone you encounter feels that. And it's like, whoa, that person has something different because most people don't live from their heart space. Most people live from the bottom chakra, the root chakra, the chakra of survival. I just have to get up. I just have to go to work. I just need to make enough money to pay my bills. I just need to get food. I just need to get by and survive. Most people live there. It's 4 levels up from that point that the heart chakra is available. And you kind of have to go up the chakras. But that's what keeps most people together is they're just kind of surviving together, they're just together for a purpose. Oh, we're together because it's cheaper for us to be together. We split the bills together. You know, that's why most people are together. There's a reason. It's not love. It's not love. It's a reason. And for you to have the level of love that you want to have, you have to climb those chakras. You have to get past the level of, oh, I'm just working, I'm just living to survive. I'm just getting up, going to my job, working, paying my bills. You have to get past that. You have to go to the next level, which is the sacral chakra. And this is the chakra of femininity. This is the chakra of creativity. This is the chakra of passion. So you have to get passionate about something. Something. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be whatever, but you have to be passionate about something because that's what takes a guy from kind of his daily routine. He has to get up, go to work, do his thing. What gets him closer to your heart is you have to show him your passion. You have to show him like your love. You have to give him something that he's not seeing. He's not seeing someone being so, in love with themselves, so in love with their hobbies, so in love with the world. You have to get to that point, and that requires you to live in passion. So that would be the next step, is to be passionate about something, not just, okay, I just go to work. I go to work and I take care of my business and I do what I have to do and I'm saving my money and that's that. That's like level 1. And from that point, you can only get relationships that are based upon those things. So you have to come up to the next level of, okay, I'm beyond living or just surviving. And now I see the beauty in the world. Wow, the world is so beautiful. There's so many things I can do. There's so many things that I can let my energy into. So you have to get out of the first chakra is male. It's a male chakra. So you have to get out of the male world of working and paying bills, da 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 da, and come to the female world. First level of the female world, which is being passionate. And that first really starts off with like focusing on your body, focusing on your hair, and focusing on your skin, and focusing on your nails, and focusing on how you dress, and putting together your makeup, and expressing yourself through your makeup and your style, and, you know, having like a feminine air about yourself, and not caring about, the outer world as much, and being more interested in the inner world, and following your heart and whatever it wants to do, like whatever your heart feels, I can tell you, your heart better than me. Whatever your heart is like, ooh, I want to do this. I want to put my energy, right? Women, we have this, right? You give us something and we make it more. You give us a house, we turn it into a home. So you need to put your energy into something. Like, I get these materials and I make necklaces from them. Or, I get this makeup and I put together this incredible look. I transform into this new person, right? That is feminine. So that's the first step. When you have that, forget it. You have tons of people, tons of male energy around you, like, please give me some of that. Please, please, please give me some of that passion. And that then leads to the third chakra, which is you feel success, not from your worldly success, not from, okay, I have this job, I went to school, I know 3 languages, da 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 da. Not that type of success. I feel success that comes through myself. I can generate inside of my own body love and passion. And then you feel good about that. You feel good about that. You feel proud. And that's the third chakra, feeling proud of yourself. And when you feel proud and you have that status and that confidence, then that's where love comes. You feel love. And it goes higher and higher and higher from there. So, like, these people that you're currently encountering, the reason why they're hot and cold, the reason why they're in and out is because they're on the same level of survival as you, they're surviving as well. So you have to work up the chakras to get them to support you. So then you don't have to survive, because they will take care of you. They will provide for you. But what he gets in return is passion, love, excitement, So you have to find a way to generate this in yourself first, because that's what gets him to commit. That's what gets him to stay in the first place. So you have to figure that out first. And the card that comes out with this is the Four of Pentacles. You're too closed off. Your energy is too closed off. You're keeping your goods too close to home. Not like your goods, you know what I mean? But like you're keeping your feminine energy, like it's unreachable. It's not available. It's not there. So again, they can't feel it. So you have to go within. And if you go within, but you feel alone, okay, that's step one. What is this feeling? Why do I feel this? Where does this come from? Why can't I feel my own presence in my body? Why can I not feel the love of my own heart when I'm inside of me. What is the block? That's going to be step numero uno, because once you overcome whatever that is and you open the block to your heart, then your energy can start to flow. But you should not feel alone. You are a vessel, right? You're a woman. So you are filled with love. You're here to pour. Women pour. We're like mother nature, right? We're like rain. we give and we give and we give. So you're full, like you're full and you have a lot of resources because you're meant to give those resources out. So you have to like open the well, you know. You have to go to where the well is. Maybe there's a leak in a pipe. There's some reason. So that's what you have to find. Um yes, Reiki could be really, really great. And if you have someone, that's good. But you also could even do like Reiki. They have Reiki online and stuff. Like there's videos, free videos on YouTube of Reiki. But yes, um, it comes out with the Nine of Cups. So you have to get to a point where you're like, oh, wow, I I am so refreshed and I'm so nourished and I have so much to give. And it's from that place that energy can flow in your life. And it's not even just in a love sense, it's also in a money sense as well. Because money also flows too when their gates are open. So yes, this is a thing. So when you open up your energy to these people, it's like you're leaking out the little energy you do have because you and these people are on the same level. So it's like if I have $1 and you have $1 and you give me your $1, like that doesn't do anything for you. That does absolutely nothing for you. It puts you in a worse position. You may think, "Oh, well, I'm giving my dollar. I'm being generous. I'm being selfless." It's like, "No. You're not. You're actually hurting your energy by giving to someone that's on your same level." Because the currency that you should be getting from these people is different than the currency that you're taking. It's like you're using US dollars and they're using pesos, it's like, no, doesn't match up. It's not the same, it's not the same. The value exchange is off, it's off. So yeah, you have to understand like how you leak, ways in which you leak energy. And the way to stop that, to move out of the male chakra, the first chakra, is to just stabilize yourself, right? To stabilize yourself to where you feel comfortable going into your female energy because like you're okay. You find the right balance of being able to express your feminine energy without having to dip back into your masculine energy too much. And sometimes this is hard at first, right? Because you have to first, acquire enough savings or acquire enough investments or get into a situation where you feel comfortable enough to relax. But that should be your goal right now, is getting yourself to a point where you can just feel the energy of relaxation more in your life. where it's like, yeah, I could work more hours this week, but I'm choosing not to. I'm fine. I have enough. I'm okay. I can make do with this and utilize this energy for something of that's going to help me to raise my energy. So, yes, this is crucial. This is step 1, okay? All right. So let's see what blessings are on the way, what things you don't see. We have the 5 of Wands. Okay, so there could be an argument, a dispute, a fallout that you have with someone that at the time seems bad or negative. Maybe you've been needing to um maybe you've been needing to have a conversation with someone, maybe you've been needing to put boundaries up with someone, but you've been afraid to do so. You haven't wanted to maybe create waves or, make an enemy or have someone be mad at you, something like that. But there's someone, maybe it's a group of people, maybe it's multiple people, that you kind of almost need to have this falling out or you need to have this argument because it's like you're holding on to resentment. You're holding on to pain. You feel like something's unfair about the relationship or something's just not sitting right with you, but you're keeping it in. And it's like that, whatever that is, it needs to come out. It might come out, you know, randomly. You might initiate it, but it might seem like the scariest thing. But when it happens, it actually frees you because it opens up more space for you. It gives you the ability to like have more brainwidth or to have more like freedom or energy. Like there's someone that's blocking you. There's a person. It's a person. Um and yeah, like you need to stand up to them or you need to put your foot down with them or something. Like something can't move forward in your life because you're concerned about how someone else thinks or feels about you, and it's a major block. It's a major, major, major block. Mm. So yeah, there's a falling out, there's an ending coming with this person, there's a conflict coming with this person, and it's a blessing in disguise because it either allows you to break free of this person, it allows you to resolve something with this person, it allows you to get on better terms with this person, and once this happens, it's like, wow, I didn't even realize how badly that person was affecting me until their energy is gone and you feel 10 times better. It feels like whoever this is or whatever this is, you're already kind of one foot out the door, or you've been building up your strength quietly. Like, okay, next time it happens, I'm gonna tell them off, or, you know, when I get that opportunity, I'm gonna leave this. It's something like that, that you just might be sort of like keeping quiet about, just swallowing your words right now. But you need to Sometimes you need to let something blow up. And that's kind of what I'm getting here. Something needs to blow up for you. Yeah. So that's the blessing. That's the blessing that's coming. All right, let's get an oracle message for you. Could be. The message for you is take inspired action. So, in order for you to, you said nothing going on with love interest, but yeah, both situations just need to settle. Yeah. And that could be a part of this whole thing that we're talking about, right? Like the friend, the love interest, like they aren't really helping you to get to the levels that you want to get to. They're more of a leak of energy as opposed to a something that like fills your cup. So yeah, you may need to be the one to recognize that and go, okay, I love you, but I have to stop talking to you. Wish you well, but I am on a new journey in my life. I have new goals and I cannot do this. Sorry, bye. As a way to start plugging the holes in your boat. So, yes. So, your card is take inspired action. So, it's like you have to be the one to change your situation, right? Like, you can't expect other people to do the right thing. You have to be the one to do the right thing for you. And so you maybe are the one that has to be the aggressor, or you have to be the initiator in, some of these situations. Because it's like the longer you let things linger on, it's like a GI bleed, an upper GI bleed that it's just happening, it's just happening, right? And you don't know. Yeah, maybe you feel a little bit nauseous. Yeah, maybe your iron's going down, right? But then can get to a really bad point where it becomes really serious and really dangerous. And that's the thing. It's like you got to go in and cauterize these bleeds. You have to go in and like get these spiritual holes out of your boat, so to speak. So yeah, and it's an inner game. Like I was talking about in the general reading, like it's much more of an inner game. It's so much more a spiritual act. And those changes being made on an inner level for you to see real change in your outer world. So that is what I have for you. I hope that this was helpful. Thank you so much. I got your donation. Okay, let me open the question here. You said, yes, honestly, since my dad's passing, I've been more self-focused and focused on my family. I've put a hold on a few things, including people and assessing people. Yes. Yes. And relationships in my life. Okay. So I see here you said I took time away from my friend of 10 years. Her name is G and she is a Gemini. She's reaching out, but I'd like to get some advice from Spirit on if I should reconcile. Okay, good question. Oh, my pleasure. I am happy that it resonated. Okay, so for Sarah, what does she need to know about G? Should she reconcile with G? Okay, the card that comes out is King of Cups with 3 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. That is a yes. That's a strong yes. So you said we had a disagreement before the passing. She was unwilling to address the issue. So I pulled away, but she is reaching out now. So I told her I need time. I definitely think that at the very, very bare minimum, you should absolutely hear what she has to say, speak your mind, speak your truth, get everything off your chest. Like, don't leave, even if you don't end up being like friends with her again, don't leave like anything unsolved, because then it's something that can just come up again in the future. Like, you want to try to make sure she's had an opportunity to speak her piece, you've had an opportunity to speak your piece, you're on the same page, you get where each other are coming from, even if it doesn't lead to you guys becoming friends again. So yes, 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 have the conversation. I feel like she has a lot of love for you. She has a lot of there's a space for you in her heart. She holds space for you, right? So maybe at the time, maybe she was going through something, but you know, I think that you can get to the bottom of it now. I don't think it doesn't have to go unaddressed anymore. And this would be an excellent time to dish this out with her with a full moon in Sagittarius. You're going to get the truth. There's never a time you're going to get more truth than right now. So if you have questions, do it now. Do it now. You said she's kind of masking these things. So when I brought it up, she'd ask me questions back almost in a manipulative way. Maybe it still bothers me. I mean, again, good time to contemplate on it right now. Good time to get to the bottom of things, to get truth. And yeah, like, she cares too. So I definitely don't think you should like leave things unsaid. I don't think that's ever good. Let's see. King of Wands, yes. Yeah, there's a lot of love. These are kings, strong kings, like passionate kings. Yes. Definitely should try to reconcile. Empress, yes. Yeah. You should try to talk to her for the sake of bringing peace and balance. So, yes. You know, I would think about why what she did or said bothered you so much. So that way you're not just like giving her a problem, like, oh, when you did this, it made me feel this way. Don't just give her a problem, but give her your rationale, you know? Like, this is why it made me feel this way. And it's probably deeper than, her. It probably wasn't, her that made you have that emotional reaction. Um, you said I tried to address it though, but if she's not willing to address it, should I just keep arm distance? Yeah, absolutely. Like to have a negotiation with someone, they have to come to the table, right? So it's like she has to come to the table for you to address it. So if she's not coming to the table, then, what can you do? Can I tell you what really upset me? Yes, go ahead. I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh. But it's just so funny. I just find AI so funny. Um that's I understand. I understand. But also for some people, like this is how some people are communicating. Like there are some people who are using AI for everything. They're using AI to respond to everything, to make everything. And you think this is bad, it's just the beginning, right? And for them, they they think what's wrong with this is great, they don't think of it as like you might think of AI as like, wow, this is so impersonal, this is so, you can't even, express from your heart. That's how it could be, interpreted, right? But other people don't see it that way. They're like, "Wow, this is great. This makes things easier." You know? This makes things easier, and it says what I'm thinking better than I know what I'm thinking. It communicates better than I know how to communicate, and they just see it as so positive, and everything about it's so great and so amazing. So, you know, do I think that's enough to end a 10-year friendship? No, I don't. Um, but I understand how you feel as well. I understand for some people it just doesn't feel personal, it doesn't feel human, and that's why we have human connections for human connection, right? So it's something that we are having to learn how to navigate right now. Um but yeah, I think on top of that, like probably with everything else that was going on, it just didn't really like it wasn't what you needed, you know? So it probably was just bad timing. Um but yeah, I think this is totally like I think it's something you can work out. Like I don't think it's like the end of the world. I mean, unless it feels that bad to you, I don't feel like it's something you guys couldn't speak about. You said she's been having this attitude and I was trying to engage and, I felt like I had to ask her about it. So like at the core of it, right? Like take the AI thing out of it. What is it that she's doing that's hurting you? How did she disappoint you? Demeaning and judgmental. Okay. How can you make this more objective? Because your perception of her is that she was being demeaning and judgmental, but give bullet points. Okay, demeaning. This is what you did. Here are the facts of what you did that was demeaning. These are the facts of when you were judgmental. Try to be more objective rather than subjective because it's impossible to work something out with someone if you just accuse them of being something because that is your perception. She maybe did not intend to be demeaning or judgmental. So, for it to be a more productive conversation, try to give exacts, pull receipts, time frames. These were the exact words. This is the exact situation. You know, Otherwise, it's just going to end up being no, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Like, because maybe something that she said felt demeaning to you, but that wasn't her intention. Maybe something she said, you know, you felt judgmental. So that's why I'm saying you should write down, well, what was it that she said that was judgmental? Because then you can reflect and go, why did I feel that statement was judgmental? Do I feel like this was judgmental because I have an insecurity about something and she just so happened to trigger that exact insecurity? You know what I mean? Or she demeaned me, she made me feel small. Well, what is it that she said that made you feel small? And why did it make you feel small? Like you kind of have to put the mirror back on yourself because more than likely, more often than not, people don't intentionally try to hurt us. It's just that they perfectly push our buttons, they perfectly expose our weaknesses and our vulnerabilities, and we feel attacked because they get to our soft spot, but that was never their intention, right? Like, do you think she was purposely trying to make you feel small or purposely trying to, judge you? Probably not. Like, if she's your friend of 10 years, like, I don't think all of a sudden she's just going to be like, oh, Sarah, she's just awful. She's beneath me and oh, she's not worth my respect anymore. Like, why would she do that? I don't know. I could be playing, a little devil's advocate, but I think it's helpful to get out of your own feelings and try to look at things from a higher perspective because a lot of times it's not as deep, you know, as we perceive it, when we're the one that feels that type of way. Yeah, but it's like, again, like, okay, it kept happening and it was the second time. Again, maybe she didn't even realize she was doing it and that was not her intention. It was just the way it made you feel? Oh, okay, there you go. So she got into religion. Okay. So she is on her own journey. Great. Good for her. So when someone that we know and have known for a long time starts thinking differently, starts having a different perspective, starts seeing the world in a different way than the original way that we knew them, that that shows you who you are, right? Because when someone is different than us, it shows us who we are. It's just like if you and her always eat junk food together. You always eat junk food, you guys get together, you go and get in and out together. And then all of a sudden, she goes vegan and she doesn't want to go to In and Out anymore. And she's like, oh, I'm not going to In and Out because I'm doing this new thing and this is what I'm doing for me. And it seems demeaning because you're like, so what are you saying, that I'm not good enough for you because I eat at In and Out? You know what I mean? So it's like, there's a change in the fundamentals of your relationship. And that's the problem, is that you might be fundamentally different now. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to be different. Like, everyone's going to grow in life, and that's fine. And if you can't take her like how she is, if you don't like her how she is and the person she's becoming, then you just have to go, okay, I get that she's on this new path and that's great for her, kudos, but that's not for me. That's not my path. And I don't want to be on that path. And I can't understand that path. And I don't want to understand your path. And I don't want to be friends with this version of her. And you should just have that conversation. You should always, 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 always talk it out, for sure. Never leave anything unspoken. Never leave any, like, open lines, never do that. It's bad. It's bad karma. It's not good spiritual practice. Like, close your doors. If you just can't, then you just can't. But I think it's also important for you to recognize, like, what about her you didn't like. So, okay, you didn't like how righteous she was. Okay, fine. But, like, understand, like, what that says about you as well. That's how you take your power back in the situation, as, oh, I didn't really like that, but, like, what can I gain from this? What can I learn from this? And it's the same religion as you, but religion is very, very subjective. It's just like spirituality. Like, it's very subjective. Your spiritual path and my spiritual path are going to be completely different. And what God's telling you and what God's telling me is going to be different, because religion, spirituality, it's not objective. It's not like going to school where you're going to learn these things and you're going to learn them in these order and you're going to do this and you're going to do that. The spiritual path, the religious path, is whatever you're guided to, and we're all guided to a different path. And I think that is why, like, I guess I'm bringing in a little bit of bias here, but, like, I don't really like the religious path because I feel like it is judgmental. I feel like spirituality is much more, you do your own thing, find your own way, find your own path. Whereas I feel like religion and the church can be a little bit judgmental. Just my 2 cents, my personal 2 cents on that one. But I digress. But also talking about others while being righteous, of course. I mean, is it really religion if people aren't hypocritical. Like, I think that's a part I think that's a part of it. She wasn't a bad person, but it's just too negative to me. Yeah, and that's fine, that is fine. That's fine. But yeah, just I think you should always try to circle it back to you and go, "Okay, like, this is what I've learned about myself from this experience. I've realized, wow, I don't like this and I don't like these traits. And okay, that's good to know. I'll look out for that, you know, moving forward in my life and just free her on her path with love and wish her nothing but the best and just clear this out, right? Don't agonize yourself for weeks and weeks and months like, "Oh my god, should I get rid of this friendship?" Like, just cut the cord, and if it's meant to be, you'll mend that cord in the future. So, yeah, you know, don't agonize about this for too long. You said I also compared it to my other friendship, and I'm like, "Why the battle? I don't have to deal with this." Exactly, exactly, like, friendships are supposed to be easy, they're supposed to be lighthearted, like, they're not supposed to bring bad energy. They're supposed to bring value and, mutual value and mutual respect and, understanding. And if you can't give that to each other, then, you don't have a friendship anymore, truly. Yeah. So look, I don't think like it's insurmountable, but if you don't feel like you want this, then, just free yourself. And that's another part of it too. I feel like you're going through so much right now and you're becoming a different person. So you you need your energy for yourself. And maybe there's just no more space for her in your life. But yes, you're very, very welcome. It is my pleasure. Yeah, I think it's good to just close the door, to just have that closing conversation so there's never like, "Oh, like, what happened?" Or, "Oh, I never got closure on that," because next thing you know, you have a Mercury retrograde, and then you have to deal with this, 5 years later, and it's like when you coulda just, finished it off now and been done with it, I feel like just cut your cord, rip up your contract and just move on. If you've met me in real life, I've been told I have a light energy and I'm just real chill. I try to be open and non-judgmental, so I've been told I like a good time and good energy. Yeah, if you're not getting that from her anymore, I mean, 10 years is a super long time, um, to have a relationship with anybody, and people are bound to change, and I don't think it's abnormal to outgrow a friendship. So, clearly she's on a different path than you, and that's good. Good for her, good for her. Everyone should be on their proper path at this time, in their life. So that maybe that's a blessing, maybe this is a blessing and it's going to free you up for better friendship and better relationship in your future. But had you continued to hold on to this friendship, it would have kept holding you down and not allowed you to get to the levels that you want to go to. Gorgie, hello. I will add you to the list. All right, love. So I hope that was helpful. I hope you feel more clarity about the friendship, and then also just kind of understanding like what you need to do on your own spiritual path right now to get the results that you're looking for. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for always being open. You have a good evening as well. Alrighty, so hello, Gorgie. Let me open up your question. Does Steve know that it was me that called him unknown caller? So he just texted me so he knows it was me. I feel like his communication was a bit dry. What are his current thoughts right now? I was experiencing a bit more. Okay. Most important messages for Gorgie, please. What's going on with Steve right now? How is he currently thinking about Gorgie? How does he feel about her? What's his energy towards her? Okay, so his overall energy is 9 of Cups. So, he's cool. Everything's fine, from his perspective. I also have the Hanged Man at the bottom of the deck. He's just letting things be whatever they are. He's not like trying to push or force or make anything. It's like he's just like really even, really neutral. He doesn't feel strongly either way. He's not like, oh my God, overly like feeling super passionate, but he's also not like, completely uninterested or apathetic. It's very like middle of the ground, but it's a bit more like on the passive side, I would say. Like it's fine, whatever happens, like whatever happens here happens, and he's not gonna feel any type of way about it. The way he's thinking, you were expecting a bit more. Okay. Let's see how he's thinking, and then I'll see. 8 of Swords. Okay. So you're kind of like this, it's like this forbidden fruit in a way that I'm getting. Like, he is having a hard time. It's like a battle within. It's a battle within where he feels guilty. He feels bad. Like, okay, like when you're dating someone, right? You're dating someone, you're with someone, and the thought of someone else comes into your mind, and you almost feel like you're doing something bad because this thought pops in your head of this other person. Like that's how he feels. Like a thought of you comes in and he's like, "Oh, no, no, no," I can't think that thought. I can't go down that, rabbit hole. So it gives him a little bit of anxiety. Um, he's just like he's very consciously holding himself back from thinking about anymore because it makes him feel bad. Mm. His feelings for you right now. Five of Swords, yikes. Absolutely pull back 1000%. Um, he's super torn. Super torn. Wow, and I even have 2 pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Yes, he's super torn. Like, you're fine. It's not you. And I know that's not what you want to hear, right? It's not you, it's him. Um, but no, like really, like it's not you, it's him. There's nothing like wrong with you. It's not like, oh, you're not good enough or anything like that. It's he feels morally out of order. He feels like he's doing something wrong. So, and he's like battling. It's like he's battling with himself because there's like a devil and angel, where it's like, what's you can think whatever you want to think, like there's nothing wrong with you. And then the good side of him is like, are you kidding me? Like, no, So he's having this like internal conflict. And that maybe is why it seemed like he was a bit dry, because I feel like he was just trying to be like neutral. He's trying to ride the middle of the line here. But yeah, like he feels bad. He feels bad, but he doesn't want you to feel bad. Like he doesn't want the battle he's having with himself. He doesn't want that to affect you either, you know? Um he just feels bad. Like it's just the only feeling that's coming up. He just feels like, ugh. So I would definitely say just give him time for sure. Just give him time. Um, let him let this little inner war with him finish. Because he doesn't even know which way he's going at this point. So just let the inner war within him finish. But yeah, like I just feel, yeah, he doesn't feel good. Let me grab an oracle. I'll grab a couple oracles. I'll see what he wants to say, and then I'll um, grab a spirit card. So let's first get a message from him. All right, so the message that we have is, I look for you everywhere. And bottom of the deck is, the timing just wasn't right for us. So yeah, I don't know if you guys like live near each other, or like your commutes or your lives are like, integrated in some way. Like if you guys live in the same city, and like when he goes to like the bank or the grocery store, he's like, am I gonna run into her? Um, so I feel like he kind of like, he never knows if you're gonna pop up. He never knows like where you're gonna be. So I feel like he does a lot of times like look out and be like, okay, is she here? it's kind of coming from a place of anxiety, like, I just feel anxiety, and, like, obviously, a lot of times with anxiety, you don't know why you feel it, so I can't really, like, pin it down, it's just, like, anxiety, period. Yeah, and the timing just wasn't right for us, like, again, he doesn't think you're, like, a bad person or anything. It's just, like, it's just really bad timing, and that's just, like, that's just what he chalks it up to. That's the that's, like, the rationale, let's say. He'll be like, "Yes, I like her, but I'm in this situation. It's just bad timing. It was just bad timing." Like, that's his way of, like, coping with it, I guess. So, yeah. So, let's pull a message from Spirit. He said, "We're very close to each other. He takes care of the landscape where I work." Yeah, I feel like he's, like, worried about running into you. Awakening. Interesting. Yeah, it's the card reads someone is going through a spiritual transformation. What I'm getting from this is like he's like maybe thinking about this rationally for the first time, maybe. Like it maybe had never crossed his mind like what was actually happening or what he was actually doing, but it feels like now he's starting to think about it more for whatever reason. And it's it's like eye-opening. It's like, yeah, it's just eye-opening. And he hasn't had enough time to like process his thoughts. So yeah, I definitely would just give him time to think and get his head on straight because right now he's just not there. So I would definitely pull back and just let him come to you when he's ready. For sure. 100%. Because otherwise you're gonna get this version of him that's like weird. And it's just not gonna feel good because he doesn't feel good. So you're not gonna get anything good off of him. Yeah. Alrighty. So I hope that is helpful. Hello, Miss K. How are you? Yeah, I would just pull back, like we saw, like he has so much going on this summer, so just let him go through that and, see what happens down the line. You are very, very welcome. Good luck.